Hello! Hello, hello, hello! Give me one moment to make sure everything's working. Alright. All seems well. Which means today, after my internet issues yesterday, we can finally play more Ace Attorney Investigations. And I am so excited. We, on Tuesday, that was Tuesday, on Tuesday, we started the next investigation segment, where we're investigating Kay's recreation of the crime scene from 12 years ago at the orphanage. All right. Just super making sure everything's working pretty fine. Yep, all right. All right. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? That name is still ridiculous to me. His feet were pretty big. What's that about? What's that? About a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. These footprints go towards the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. It seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. Alright, that makes sense. Size 9 is fairly common. Alf Aldown, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. I Fell Down is a ridiculous name to assign to your victim. But what exactly did he see? He based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. Oh, hey! It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from the brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. It looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report. Okay. We'll scour the scene in a second, Edgeworth. I want to look at the autopsy report quick. Okay, victim Alf Aldown, age 31, believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailing something he witnessed. Time of death, February 10th, approximately 1 a.m., 12 years ago. Cause of death, loss of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Okay, am I just, like, going insane? Hello! Or is there a bullet hole in the back of his head? Is that, like, okay, hold on, I can't tell if that's awkward shading of the blood, or there's a bullet hole in his head. Welcome to Ace Attorney, the only video game where you have to genuinely ask the question of, is it blood or a bullet hole? Al Fell Down, a freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick. Indeed. I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Also, a brick is an insane murder weapon of choice. Because, like, bricks are heavy. Also, this brings up the question of... where is she? Could Fifi feasibly lift a brick to kill someone with? marks aren't really big. I'm not really strong. I wonder. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh, yeah. They mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button? Which one from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? That is a good question. How strong is Fifi? Because when she murdered Knight, it was with a knife. And like I don't think she's frail or anything, but she doesn't seem to be like buff. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah. According to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. I cannot wait to get a zoom in on this photo. I don't even know where to begin with this incredible photo. Thing by the body leg? I think it's a phone. That's the president, right? And somebody pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldown witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Langard. Is that... I could see that being Langard's body type. How come they only found the one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Alright. This cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah. It says here in the file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there. But she didn't pick up. So he left a message. Oh, great. Fucking... I forgot I had Blaze in this, Hank in this file as well. Lang's back. Great. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Oh. I was suspecting that Rosie was his girlfriend, but I guess this confirms it. Hey, Rosie. It's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyways, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another... Damn it! The light's out. I can't quite see, but... It looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyways, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know. Yay! It's Lang! He's back! What were those sounds at the end? Probably him being murdered, Edgeworth. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Lang, I'm gonna kill you. You haven't done anything particularly annoying yet. I'm just putting that out there. I want him to remember that I don't like him. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean... Her revenge for what happened 12 years ago. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman DeBest, she made her appearance at the auction. So, she really was out for revenge on Chairman DeBest, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. You know, I would not doubt that, Hank was the one who killed Aldown. Lingard was the one holding the gun in that picture. And due to the fact, there has to have been two people. Because Aldown was still watching the kidnapping while he was killed. So, Lingard was the one holding the gun, and Hank snuck up behind Aldown to kill him. I like that the somber music immediately goes back to the upbeat investigation music. Somebody dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes the desire to steal treasure. Okay, you can't just make these things up. Yeah, they can be happy together in heaven. That's what we're gonna go with. Cause that really sucks. Like there has to be some sort of like blaming herself for it because she didn't pick up his call. Like you'd have to have regret over like sleeping through that call. It would just suck. Okay, you can't just make up these things. What we can say is that it looks different. It looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter. Huh. So, what's it doing here? What indeed? We should examine the planters too. I must be right. Someone must have stolen it. It's the stolen treasure. Okay. I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor. I love Kay, she's so silly. This was the brick used in the murder. Oh, that might be the lion lily, yeah. Huh. There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? Alright, that seems to be everything. Oh, nope, I'm missing something. There's no more crucial evidence, but I'm missing some dialogue. Oh, I can look at the blood. Ugh. Fresh blood. And plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, he died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head. And yes, and the blood spread out over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyways, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. There's more? I don't care that it's not important stuff. I like the dialogue. I like the character dialogue. The footprints were a key part of this case. There was information about the shoes in the file, correct? Yeah. Let's see. They're a size 12. Feet were clean. No corns. No athlete's foot. Beige socks. Thermal underwear in the same color. He dressed old guy style. Yeah, no, I'm curious about the lion lily because it is specified that that's the type of flowers Gavel uses to decorate her house. So and they're the type she gifted to the president. So for them to pop up again, where the president was kidnapped, is suspicious. Gavel, I don't want to have to defend you more because that hurts me. I don't like you being sad. Brighter socks would have really made that outfit pop. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments. And here I thought it was going to be a plain old investigation report. Wait, I love that the comments about his outfit weren't K. It was actually in the report. That's hilarious. Okay, now I think we've looked at everything. Good. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. That could be... Gavel could have some sort of... Gavel definitely seemed like she was close with Rosie. So it would make sense that her love of lion lilies might come from Rosie liking them too. And there were planters on each side. Yes. Planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. Wait, where? Oh, in the monster footprints. Where, like, based off of where they were, I guess. Shame there aren't many flowers. But I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family license. Okay, so it is a lion lily. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Wang some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular covert is from Asia, where it is said to symbolize the bond between the parent and the child. Oh, that's sweet. It's extra sweet that Gavel has them all around the house then. God, she really just is the best mother, isn't she? Best mother in Ace Attorney, potentially? Though that's not particularly a competition. Parents in Ace Attorney kind of suck. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. You might be onto something. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Okay. There are burn marks on this pillar here. Hey. Hey, guys. Who do we know that likes fire? Who do we know that enjoys fire? You didn't miss much. You did not miss much. We've literally just looked at the body and the footprints. And the flower. Why can't I hide? Oh, there we go. And the flower bed here. We've discovered that there was a lion lily at the scene, and also that lion lilies apparently represent familial love, like love from a parent to a child. And then we're looking at burn marks, and I'm saying that Hank really likes fire, so maybe he was here. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. Once again, I point out, somebody here really likes fire. A fire? Let's see. Where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans... Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. Where did these orphans get kerosene? Wait, what is going on in this orphanage? They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. I completely forgot Eddie was here, if I'm being completely honest. I forgot he showed up last time. An igloo shaped like a bear. There's a perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo. That's quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside. Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? What about the summer? Wouldn't the Igloo. Melt. I love how silly Edgeworth actually is. He was fully ready to call it a Bigloo until he remembered he's supposed to be the serious one. Again! Say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time! Wouldn't the igloo melt? Ugh, you're no fun. Oh, there's a melty snowman. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Aw, look at his cute little button eyes just lying there. He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn. You know, that's when it's usually the coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an ice man. What? It's what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. God, they're so silly. I love them. A tortoise and a hare. Inspired by the children's story, no doubt. Oh, yeah, no, Kay is certainly calling Edgeworth's dad. Yeah, that is a good question. It was February. And February sometimes gets warm enough to slightly thaw the snow. Enough so that your snowman gets a little slushy before it gets cold again. So it's not the most unbelievable thing, but it also could be because of the fire. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for Kay Faraday's pop-up quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. No, actually he lost because he was overly confident in himself and thought that even if he stopped to take a break, he would still win the race. Number 1. The hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a... Oh, that definitely narrows it down. Oh, they're so silly. I love them. Hey! This arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? It seems the architect worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. Yeah, considering it was built in only a year, I'm going to assume the entire first floor is the same. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for... But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Okay. It's a porch swing with an elephant face on it. And behind is what appears to be a motor. You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but hardly applicable in this case. Oh, they're so silly. Alright, how you two doing? Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? How's Sean doing? I cannot thank you enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy. Can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intention at all.
Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mom's honor.
Shut up! I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... I love Sean. He's so silly. That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me, I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duties as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask that you understand that I... Judge Gavel, I don't presume to know how the Judge Gavel, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. Yeah, no, dude, this has been everybody's no good, very bad day. This was Sebastian's no good, very bad day. This has been Courtney's no good, very bad day. This has been Sean's no good, very bad day. Everyone's having a no good, very bad day today. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. A fair judgment requires personable circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What am I even talking about?
Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either.
I love them both. What in the God's trial? So, are things finally settling down after what in the God's trial? It would seem so. The sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Hank the Best's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Sebastian is a changed man. Indeed, he simply has some growing to do. But then, don't we all? Kay included. Yeah, no, this has been everybody's no good, very bad week.
Huh? I kind of feel bad for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him the next time I get the chance.
And I'm sure that chance will come. But for now, indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. Aww. Both of those dialogue options were... I did not mean to open that. Both of those dialogue options were so sweet.
How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody! I'll just deny it anyway!
Mr. Edgeworth! You gotta help me out here, sir! What's the matter, Detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman DeBest isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top-secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal? Something seemed off. So that got me thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that his son Carmel went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Everybody is throwing salt on all of Hank's wounds, and I love that for them.
Curse you, Scruffy! Deny everything!
It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francisca. Don't worry. Your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. Alright. Why are you two here? Why are you two here? Can you leave? You should not be here.
Boy, howdy! This is an even greater scoop! Whole wood's gone green! Must be an outbreak of something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if even their clothes are green.
A lot of look in a mirror.
Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth.
And I don't think we want to. No, that's fair, Edgeworth. I'm not talking to you, Lang. Leave me alone.
Hi, Eddie.
Looks chillier than your chilliest lookout here, Milesaroni. Somebody might have to warm me up. Eddie! Eddie, you've been so good! This whole case and all of last case, you've been so good! You've been so good. Do not wreck it now by saying something creepy about Verity or Kay or anyone else.
Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender?
Damn, Eddie, you know you're doing bad if Kay is telling you to be serious. For you, K-Meister? Anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Feast and the chairman up to, though? Were they... Oh, where were they going with all this? Well, indeed. I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Eddie, I allowed you in the Found family despite my best judgment. Do not make me regret this if you keep being weird about it.
Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all.
He did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. They're gonna make me talk to Lang, aren't they? Oh, if he originally did say something weird about Kay, or if they did change it, or if like that was just a choice the fan translation made, I'm so happy the official translation did not include that. Eddie's a lot more palatable than I've heard him described before. Like, he has some odd lines, but he's nowhere near as bad as I'd been led to believe. So I wonder if that is like, it was an odd thing with the fan translation where he was made like odd, like even more creepy. Because like going into this, I expected Eddie to be a whole lot worse than he has been. I'm gonna kill you, Lang. Sorry. He hasn't done anything yet, but I know he's about to. 3 planters. Covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? You can go ahead and shit on Jello Apocalypse as much as you like. Yeah, no, go ahead and shit on his playthrough, because like you don't get to be a big baby and expect people not to shit on you. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman the Best to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. If you used your eyes more often, perhaps you'd come up with good things, Lang. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Well, I mean, if you insist, Edgeworth, we can leave him alone. Let's do logic in the corner and see if the game forces us to talk more with Lang. Okay, the bricks and the planters are probably connected. What? That's not quite right. What? Okay. So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangements of the prints, and now compare it to that of the planters. They're right there. They're those ones. Whoa. That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. Oh, that now explains why. Because I was curious why Hank specifically did dig in this V pattern. But it makes sense that he was specifically trying to mimic the shape of the front of the footprint, of the front of the planter. That makes a lot of sense. I like that. That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So, Chairman DeBest was digging around the front of them?
Yeah? Oh, that's nasty. I think I've made it fairly clear from this playthrough and the fact that the only Ace Attorney's characters like I outright dislike and can't really find like anything redeemable about them are Dr. Haughty and Salmonella. Absolutely horrible. Did not need to be included in the cases they were in. I'm not the biggest fan of the let me be a creep towards women trope characters sometimes have. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. That's another reason why I do not like Turnabout Big Top. It's because everyone in that case is just being the worst towards Regina. Absolutely hate it. I'm going to despise replaying it for stream. But I don't like the let's be weird towards women jokes. So the idea that they take it even further is just nasty.
So, Chairman DeBest was digging around the front of them?
He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers that exact question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman DeBest might have been digging in front of the planters? The report on Night. Oh, I have to hit % and not read. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman DeBest. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because he doesn't know which planter. Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was. Which means he had to try to dig up all 3.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman DeBest. Can I say that more sarcastically? Hold on, let me try that again. I wanna sound super sarcastic when I say that. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman DeBest.
But why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for?
What was he looking for? I think that's about all we can learn from this scene for now. Yeah, that's like I hadn't and don't intend to watch a lot of the Jello Apocalypse stuff. Cause like my vibe from him has always kind of been like a lot of his stuff is just like hating for the sake of hating, right? And like you can be a hater. Trust me, I'm a hater. Have you seen my takes towards Natlin? But like you've got to have like a legitimate like you have to justify your hating and your posting of the hating, or otherwise you're just tearing down something that other people might genuinely enjoy. Like I'm able to understand that people do legitimately enjoy Natlin. There are people who like Natlin. It's not for me. I have problems with it. But I'm really only going to go out of my way to share those opinions if I'm either A, like legitimately discussing it in a like legitimate way, or B, I'm just frankly really annoyed in the moment. A lot of the Jello Apocalypse stuff seems to have been just I'm gonna hate for the sake of it, which is just not fun content to watch either. So I never really watched a lot of his stuff, but my understanding of it is that a lot of it was a lot. That sucks so much because I think Investigations 1 is an incredible game. And I think Investigations 2 is my favorite Ace Attorney game. We're gonna see how this one sticks the landing, but it might legitimately be my favorite Ace Attorney game. And the characters are so good. Like, they're all so good. Even, like, Lang is the only character I outright hate, besides, like, Hank, but I hate him because he's meant to be hateable, right? Like, there's a difference there between I dislike Lang because he's annoying, and I dislike Hank because he's the worst person ever. But I think the writing is genuinely incredible in this game. And, like, the way they've tackled Sebastian and his entire character arc has been incredible. The way they've handled Hank so far has been incredible. Edgeworth's writing is incredible as usual. Kay is so fun. And, like, Franziska and Gumshoe are incredible as always. Verity is such a fun character. I think she's so fascinating, and I'm so excited to learn more about her, presumably throughout the rest of this case. But so, like, I think you need to, like, properly if you're like misrepresenting the games, that's just horrid. That's just not cool. That gets a not cool from me.
All right. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Yeah. Ooh. You know I don't like that. I've been a Courtney apologist since the very beginning of this game. But like if like I can understand giving Courtney a lot of grief for the first 3 cases, cuz she is admittedly a very like not like shady, but like she's definitely not presenting herself completely. But if the hate continues post case 4 into case 5, we're not cool anymore. That's not cool. Because then that's just like completely throwing away her character essentially. And like you can still hate a character while also acknowledging that they have an arc, right? Absolutely infuriating.
Sure. I'll use the photograph you took here. Here goes nothing.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at a man about to be murdered. But this is really funny. There's Mr. Aldown in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and
I'm sorry. President Wang's model is the funniest. Yeah, no, let's... we should probably move on before I spend this entire stream complaining about Jellopocalypse. No, Verity's had a very compelling arc as we find out more about her and, like, the actual her and her care for her son. She's a very interesting character. President Wang's model is so funny. It's so funny.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping in the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up and how he wound up suspecting Fifi Langard. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. I would unironically do a stream bitching about Jellopocalypse, but that would require me to actually probably watch his videos to form, like, an actual thesis or, like, an actual this is what we're talking about, and I don't think I want to put myself through that. It's how it comes down to it, I think. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Hank the Best put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah. After all, the president and his kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So, wow, I tried to do Edgeworth's voice there, and then Edgeworth and Lang's voice there. So, it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage?
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene. And then prosecutors come along to twist it for their own ends. I'm gonna murder you, Lang. There we go, he said something I'm annoyed with. He said something that pisses me off. Lang still being the worst towards prosecutors after seeing Edgeworth and Francisca both be different from his idea of a prosecutor. Absolutely annoying. The Best and Lingard were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman the Best was working with the kidnapper?
Yeah, we're burning Lang at the stake. Your father was convinced that Lingard was the culprit, correct? And you say that he was a gifted and thorough investigator? Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. Wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father. I can't talk. Burn the werewolf! Agent Lang's father, Dalong Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Lang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman the Best. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. Alright. Mr. Aldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here.
And then called Rosie Ringer.
By which point, his killer must have already been approaching from behind.
With a brick in their hand, ready to strike.
Okay. These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Shame there aren't many flowers. But I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, look at that one. It's bright yellow. Wait, we already went through this.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it.
Yeah, we already did this entire... We already did this entire dialogue earlier. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Lycaea. A lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Wang some lion lilies?
Was it the same flower? What's the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it is said to symbolize the bond between parents and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you need to read a little more. Really? Okay, I really enjoy logic chess. I think it's the most enjoyable, investigation mechanic any of these games have. I like it more than the Magatama, than, Athena's necklace, than Apollo's bracelet. I like it more than all of those. And it's also not all that common. There's usually only, 2 or 3 per case. Which, considering how long these cases are, that's not a lot. Actually, I think... Did case 3 even have any? I think there might have only been, like, 1 logic chest in case 3. These footprints stopped by the body.
I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12?
This is so weird that some of the dialogue is marked as not being, read. Or, like, not being, like, investigated, yet we've literally done this before. Yeah, no, like, I understand not enjoying a mechanic. That's completely fine. But, like, making it seem worse than it is insane.
According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
These footprints do look a little smaller. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Well, I want to talk about how the button Aldown was clutching is the same button the snowman had.
Hey, that snowman! It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off.
Indeed. It still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although, not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing. Yes, we're back to the K. Edgeworth father-daughter goals.
Aw, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential.
You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Okay, well, before we do this, let's look at Wang being kidnapped. Dijong Wang. He was resident of Zhong 5 and back then.
Does he look any younger? It's kinda dark. I can't really tell.
No, he looks the same exact age, Kay. Indeed. And the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted.
I wonder where they took him after this.
Oh, we don't know that yet. But depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough.
That looks like it could be Fifi.
They're rather slim, and under her coat she is rather slim. So that could be her. The president's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance.
Roger that. Roger that, Red Letter. Alright, let's have a look at you.
The first thing to note is that they're holding the president at gunpoint.
They're trying to look all cool and tough, waving a pistol around. Whoever it is, they suck.
Their coat and hat completely cover their face. So unfortunately, we can't identify them. They're also significantly shorter than the president. But to be fair, I think everybody is significantly shorter than this dude.
Turning their collar up and pulling their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper.
And they seem pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous.
Yeah, hand in the pocket. Classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck!
Okay, that's...
What? You said to judge them?
Oh, I love her! Because she's trying to hide her identity, presumably. Her ferret coat is rather, noticeable and unique, to say the least.
Wait, you said to judge them by their appearance.
Oh, well, yes, but I didn't mean it like that.
There's something gloomy about this picture. Know what I mean? They could have brightened it up a little. Made the subject stand out a little better.
I don't think the lack of lights in this photograph is the photographer's fault, Kay. That streetlight appears to be broken.
It does? Oh, yeah, look at that. So you think the idea was to make the subject stand out with the lighting, but maybe it didn't pan out. You're probably right. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're welcome. Although you seem to have completely misunderstood it. Alright, anything else to point out before we deduce? Alright, let's deduce. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Bloody button! Apologies. Alright. This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Aldown was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location, the snowman's location, the president's location?
All three? Right?
Because presumably it would be all three of these. Right? Because A, we're trying to prove the president was in the orphanage. So that and the president and snowman go hand in hand. But also the victim would have had to be significantly closer to the snowman. But I'm going to say the victim. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means that he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Aldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close.
Right, but his footprints didn't go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldown's body was found.
All right.
But the footprints on the left definitively match up with Mr. Aldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Oh, let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Okay, wait. So, presumably... Okay, we're all down in this scenario. So we've entered and we walk this way. And then we fall over. See, here's where the question is asked of... Is this Ace Attorney wonkiness? Or, like, if you were standing, presumably here-ish, just a little farther forward, and you were struck in the back of the head... Or I guess he could have been standing this way, like right there, and his legs are just blocking it. And these ones, so they walk up, and then they turn around and walk back down. These footprints go towards the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a 5'9".
Okay, what are we... Oh, I guess the snowman. I think Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the clutched button in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I'd better take a closer look. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Poor snowman. She's not looking good.
It can't be helped. Snowman and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is.
And so mysterious. And so mysterious. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of this case will melt and clear the water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries.
5'9" footprints going towards the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer.
They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates.
That's just because there's less snow over here, no?
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and a face.
I guess we're assuming that that they probably would have picked it up completely. Which then brings up the question of who carried Mr. L down. He apparently had size 12 shoes, so he was on the taller side. Because, like, well, your feet size and your height can, like, not match up, obviously. But if you have a larger shoe size, you're typically taller. So he would have presumably been a fairly tall man. So that, and we're not sure how tall Fifi was, but I don't think she was all that tall. Which then definitely does point to somebody like Hank, who is on the taller side, having been there as well. And we're not sure what size Fifi's shoes are. Oh, hey. Hey, there's a missing brick. We found where the brick came from.
So, there were planters outside the orphanage gates, too.
Aw, look! They planted stuff that flowers in the winter under all that snow.
Indeed, a little frigid, but tasteful nonetheless. Even if this is a simulation.
Yes, indeed. A bit frosty looking, but tasty nonetheless, for a simulation. Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here.
The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that it's just this one missing. Alright, anything else to touch on? Nope. Brick used in the murder. And the missing brick. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in this murder, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
Okay, Hank digging something up, and was he involved? If Chairman DeBest was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. Must have been digging up the ransom money.
The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility.
Yeah, no, Kay, that's a great one, Kay.
Glad you agree.
Nice job, Kay.
Was that all the... yep, we just have the bricks from the snowman. Okay, can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big. And the prints match his shoes.
Yeah, hooray, Kay. That was great, Kay.
They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far is basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them.
Ooh. I wonder if they're not his shoes. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh, these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. They look big on him.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? I can't see them because of the green. What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. They don't look strange to me. The way the laces are tied. Hold on, let me take a look at them in here. Yeah, they just look like they're tied like bows. Which, like, is how I tie my shoes. Actually, I don't tie my shoes because I wear slip-on shoes. But I do have a pair of boots that have laces for show. And they're tied as bows because they're pretty. Bows are pretty. But yeah, slip-on shoes all the way. Definitely the superior type of shoe.
So, these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and stop right by his feet.
But they didn't actually belong to him.
So, are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So, neither set belongs to him? Then how'd he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then, where did the murder take place? Is it really over by the snowman as we suspect?
Thank you. My bow is very pretty.
See, now that we know all about all this, I'm even more suspicious of the burn. But wait, hold on. In the picture he took, the snowman's already missing the eye. The body was moved. Bricks from snowman. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right. The button came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters,
Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman. Yeah, they do. Honestly, I'm shocked. I connected the... I love this game. This game is incredible. This combination of smashing together the two holograms is hilarious.
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed. Everybody who was present is in the exact same spot.
So, where did we go wrong?
So one of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? Oh! It's the picture! Because it's missing the eye!
Take that!
Oh my god! Oh, that's great writing. That's like great, like, clue placing and everything. Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown?
Uh-huh. What do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
And then they took the photo to help us back up the lie?
They had the president at gunpoint. They could have easily forced him to pose for the picture. he would have had no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right?
Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only pictures we found were the one that was staged.
I think I know what Hank was digging up. I think Hank was digging up the film. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed? No way.
And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that that was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he saw him being kidnapped?
Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try to figure that out.
Oh yeah? He left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen to it back one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing.
Take that!
Ah. No, wait, I wanted to look at the...
Wanted to listen to the voicemail again, but they wouldn't let me, so I had to get it wrong. Okay. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep. Anyways, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another... Damn it, the light's out. I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyways, it's probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know. Anyways, I'm here at the orphanage, so... Presumably then... Aldown was probably, obviously, over here-ish. And the president was deeper into the orphanage.
That's where they really were? How do you figure that?
Do I need a reason?
What? You mean you don't have one?
Ugh, that clearly wasn't it.
Let's go over what Mr. Aldown said in his message one more time. He mentioned some of the stuff he could see, right?
Did he? Wait. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. That one doesn't matter. We're cutting that one out. Anyways, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another... Damn it, the light is out. I can't hear by the fire! 'Cause the light's out.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Lang, how about you shut the fuck up? You didn't solve anything. Oh no, wait, it lagged? Is everything fine now? Okay, everything seems fine. Shut up, Lang. You didn't do anything. This was all me. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from where the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the 2 recreations, I need to first press T to talk with K, and then select switch recreation. I'll give it a try later when I need it. Okay, I'm glad everything's fine now. Okay. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Aldown actually took his pictures. But before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind. After
After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye, and fell.
Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before.
Indeed. We should examine that area where we previously thought it fell to. Mr. Aldown wasn't killed here, between the planters at all.
Then, what's this blood doing here?
Things have clearly changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'd be better off looking at the simulation from before the point of which the body was discovered.
Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are.
Alright. Want to look at everything before I switch simulations.
So, this is where Mr. Aldown actually saw the president and his kidnapper?
Now this brings up the even stronger question of why was the president here? Because, like, if he was just walking past the orphanage, then sure. But literally being, like, within orphanage grounds is a little odd.
Yes. Which pretty clearly suggests the link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that, that's just cheating.
And not to mention disposing of Mr. Aldown's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put in some new film and then staged the photo immediately afterwards.
And if Chairman DeBeth was involved, he could have changed or hidden the evidence as well.
It certainly doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last.
Yeah, government officials would visit places like this for publicity, but not at 1 in the morning. You typically save your publicity visits for, you know, noon, maybe the morning, not 1 a.m.
Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very clearly at the differences between this and the previous simulation.
Alright, well, okay. 2 standing there, fire, tiger lily blood, dudes by the snowman. And the blood is splooch, 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 stream. Okay.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Switch to the recreations, please.
You want me to show you the scene as reported by the police case files, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when they found the body.
Okay.
And there we have it.
Okay, dude there, snowman, footprints, blood, stream, splooch, 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 tiger lily, brick. Okay.
So this is where Mr. Aldown really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
So, the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back...
Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there.
Oh, I wonder if these footprints, walking like this, are President Wang's. And then these footprints going over to the body and then coming back are Fifi's. I wouldn't say it's disorienting. Oh, I thought you were talking about people actually watching the stream, but for the people, possibly. I was gonna say it's not quite disorienting to me more so as it is a little confusing. But like, I imagine that, yeah, it's a little disorienting to everyone here. Especially Lotta and Tabby, who have zero idea what's going on here.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Somebody dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right?
According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly.
Yep, and she said they symbolize the pond being painted or tilted, right?
It was the bond between parent and child, okay? Blood on the snow. A lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Aldown was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said that the blood was Mr. Aldown's.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman DeBest? The man would have no sculptures altering the official record over something this small.
But then, why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this is where the police would find Mr. Aldown's body. And he knew the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for the clues.
Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah. They would have found traces of the blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. I can't talk. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time?
That sucks.
Wait, but it says Mr. Aldown's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. And they were. She seems entirely believable. It suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldown's body was placed here.
I get it. Which means the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Aldown was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction?
Does it? I mean, my question is where was Aldown's blood? Okay, what do we have pertaining to Aldown's blood?
Victim was struck on the head, died at around 1 a.m. on February 10th. Case files. Okay.
Oh! Why is there blood on the button?
I guess because it was in his hand?
I'm gonna try the button. Because that's the only thing I can think in this situation. Ooh, late breakfasts are always fun. Yeah, no, I'm curious about where the blood went.
Eureka!
This piece of evidence clearly contradicts what we're seeing here.
Ooh, it does? I can't wait to hear this. Contradicts it how exactly?
Like this?
If you don't know, you can just say you don't know, you know?
I'd rather think this over again.
The snow was melted by the fire, right? And when did the fire happen? We need to take another look and think about that.
Okay, let's go look at the fire game.
Phew. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Draped my mouse up over there. Okay.
This is the only part where there's no snow, huh?
Because of the fire one of the kids set. I'd imagine the snow here melted as a result.
This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse.
The fire came first. But just because it caused the snow to melt.
Because it, okay. Okay, thank you for spelling it out for me, game. There would have been blood on the empty part of the snow, on the snowless part of the ground if the fire happened first.
There's a clear contradiction here.
Huh? In the blood stain?
The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started.
Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no?
Guys, I'm really just saying we should look at Hank here. He's the only person here we know of who is a pyromaniac. If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire wasn't actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have changed Chairman DeBest's version. That would have challenged Chairman DeBest's version of events. You need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you. I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. Yeah, someone dragged Hank here by the wig. That would be funny. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least something very much like it. What? Looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. Should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Listen, I know Lang's probably talking like, take a picture and send it. But I think it would be so funny if we all had to wait here for 2 to 3 weeks for something to ship from Zhangfa. That would be hilarious. It gets caught in customs along the way. They lose it in the mail for about a week. Everybody thinks it was destroyed. And it eventually shows up. Yes, Shifu. Hey, investigation complete. Oh, wow, that was quick. Shifu, I'm back. Brought everything the police had on the fire. And I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing. About time! What kept you, huh? We'll hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? I'm so curious. Oh my god! Oh my god. This picture is incredible. I like that this person, I love this person's eyes and their lack of hair. The way they're drawn is incredible. Also, this is definitely the assassin Canis, because that's his dog, and he's bald, and he's the Tarasaurus plush is incredible drawn here. I also love the president's expression. Oh, and the knife. Oh, that knife is incredible. This is the best picture in Ace Attorney ever. This is it. This is the picture I remember. Your father had this piece of shit hanging on his walls for that long, Agent Lang? Wow. Talk about a bad taste in art. I don't know where the dog... Well, the picture was fake, so they could have simply removed the dog while they took the picture to make it not obviously be Canis. Or it could be faked in a completely more ridiculous way.
Could this be could this be a description of something that happened on the night of the incident?
It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh?
This drawing's shit, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think this is admissible in court. I can't get over the president's expression here. It's incredible.
Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire.
Shifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor. This poor guy is trying to get something out. Why do you think my father kept this?
Because your father has shit taste in art? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see that case file for the fire too?
Well, Canis notably used his dog and his knife. But he did never use a gun. And it is a question as to why he would work with Hank and like anyone else, because he was never described as working with people. But like that's clearly him in this picture. I'm so interested where this is going. Sure, here.
If you'll just give me a moment to read through it.
Miles and Kay both shitting on the drawing is incredible.
It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later.
I'm sorry? What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No! A kid? Really? That's horrible!
But sadly, not unimaginable.
Miles, Yanni Yogi, the image of Yanni Yogi freaking out in the elevator just flashes on screen as Miles remembers his trauma. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Because Lang is the worst person ever? I thought we've already covered this. Oh, guys, we found the opposite. We found the other horn for the Taurosaurus plush. Huh? What's this?
But what is it doing in that case file?
What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before?
Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Take that!
Taurosaurus plushie.
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like it might be the missing horn from the soft toy.
Hey, that was President Wang.
You've seen it before?
Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece.
I see. It has a special device inside that plays recordings. That plays recorded sounds when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings?
You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor.
I'm excited for when we get up there and it's gone. Because of course it'll be gone. Hey! You heard the man!
Yes, Shifu. I'll go fetch it right away.
Bad news, Shifu. Oh hey, we're still there.
Here it is, Shifu. The Taurosaurus doll, just like you asked.
Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there.
Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie?
It fits perfectly! And? Any more recordings on there?
Hi, Dijun. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Amelie.
I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to.
Overruled.
Turn it off, right now.
Hmm? What's gotten into Judge Gavel?
Who's Amelie? Yeah, no, the Lang's cop assistant guys are working on a speed run for the big building. They're so close to having the fastest speed run.
What's gotten into Judge Gavel?
I'm so curious how all this plays in.
Are you okay?
Turn it off! Please!
You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. You're a beautiful little boy.
Oh, the president was sleeping around. Guys, the president might have been sleeping around.
I'm sorry. That's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? No.
Sean Fenn?
The kid?
And that'll also be on the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once.
An orphanage is a wild meeting spot, by the way. Yeah, no, I'm so curious how this is all gonna stack up. Like, obviously Verity knows Amelie somehow, right? I'm so curious how all of this is gonna play out.
I know you're a very busy man, but anyways, that's where we'll be. Goodbye.
What? He was my dad?
I'm so sorry, Sean.
Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel?
Sean isn't my biological son.
Okay, wonderful. That makes the age feel way less gross.
I adopted him.
And he was aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn. She died 5 years ago. We were cousins.
Oh. Okay.
But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place.
That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded this message and then she sent the plushie to the president. Hey.
Yes, Sean?
You're sure? He was my real dad?
Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhangfa.
Yeah, so Sean's technically Courtney's nephew.
Makes sense. That line of work might as well brought her into contact with the president.
What? You told me she worked at the orphanage.
She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service.
Yeah, no, someone give Gavel a hug.
She always loved helping others.
The orphanage was perfect for her.
Not so fast!
Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked for the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident?
She never made it to the
Why can I suddenly not remember how to pronounce that word? Rendezvous. Why can't I can't remember how to pronounce that word all of a sudden. Yeah, Sean and Courtney need a hug.
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet it was Chairman DeBest's doing. Though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda? My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over...
You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying.
Oh, that didn't work at all.
It was a good attempt, Kay.
Sean. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie is gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well.
But I... It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Yeah. She would have had to share the truth about Sean, too.
That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie. And that I knew her well. These flowers bore special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance.
Ah.
But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? I've been hovering there this whole time. Can't it wait? They sent something else from Zhengfa. President Wang's will. What?
The president's will, huh?
He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. That's wild, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that when it was first revealed. But them literally inventing new awards for Lang's father is insane. In the end, there were no medals left to give. So he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Hey, what's it say, buddy? What? This is...
What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case?
You could say that. It seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Yeah, no, like, also, like, I assume, like, okay. This one is clearly a picture of the picture, right? Which makes sense, but it seems like Lang was holding a physical will in his hands right there. How'd they get that so fast? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that the document is authentic, that President Wang wrote it himself.
Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I stake my name on it being the genuine article.
Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause stir.
I mean, if he's already dead.
And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless.
It's not going to reflect on him. He's already dead. Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it. But the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son. We literally just had Courtney tell us all this. Why are we doing the blue lines and the bang, bang, bang? Did Sean say? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. They're hiding something from us with getting these packages from one place to another real quick. So Sean said nothing, and then, Verity. Sean! To be continued. Alright, and we are continuing. It's only been an hour and a half. Lana, Tabby, you two should leave. Listen. Me and Kay and Gumshoes and Eddie and Lang and Francisca should hardly be here. You two definitely shouldn't be here.
Sean, he was my dad. It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him?
Sean.
I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was?
I'm sorry, Sean.
Oh. I'm gonna cry. This is so sad.
I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry.
That's why they're found family now. Yes, that's why I said they should hardly be here. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broke my promise to you, that fire would have never happened. He wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers.
Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while.
Lang, can you kindly fuck off? I have the biggest fear you're about to say something stupid. The bond between parent and child, symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's a native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us.
You're right.
I believe we've learned all we need to know about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case?
I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. Guys, listen. There is a very obvious way of learning what Lang's father knew. Someone call Maya. Someone call Maya and have her spirit channel Lang's dad. Literally just that. It's that simple. These games often forget that you can literally just channel spirits. What about your own thoughts? Are your feelings any more positive in light of what we've learned from K's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? I'm going to take a drink of water, actually, yeah. Now that you bring it up. I'm going to take a drink of water. Because doing Lang's voice is really hurting my throat. When we get to the first game, and I'm making up new voices, somebody remind me not to do that many deep voices. No more gravelly voices, they hurt my throat. Someone keep that in mind for when I'm inevitably like, should I do a deep voice for this character? Yeah, no, Miles is just like, hey, Phoenix, I need you to call Maya. I need her to channel the spirit, desperately. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. This sprite still looks so funny without Sheena here. All the way to the truth. Alright, the real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage that night. Not much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped. And Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planners and stage the photo to throw everybody off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? But there's something I still don't understand. There is. This. Why risk staging the picture? They wouldn't have had to force the president to play along. They would have had to force the president to play along. What if they hadn't? They shoot him. Literally, it's that simple. Literally, it's as simple as they shoot him. And then they don't say that they shoot him. Listen, if people don't know you if people don't know you killed the ransom victim, they're still gonna pay the ransom. It's a good question. And we may be closer to discovering the answer. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. Alright, the real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage. The Taurosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie. He was kidnapped. Aldown happened to see it. That's fair. If Aldown hadn't been there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage the photo to throw everybody off the scent. What am I exactly pressing here? Because I think that lines up with what we deduced, except this wild-ass picture. And the fact that this is very clearly Canis. Like, there's his bald-ass head, there's his dog, there's his knife, there's his robe. Yeah, that's just Canis. Which, like, I have questions of how Canis fits into any of this, but okay. I'm just gonna press everything, I guess. Which is gonna be hell on my throat, but whatever. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution.
can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage?
I get it. You want evidence.
This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay.
No, it is a nice change of pace.
The top story proves that much. The plushie. It had a recording device concealed inside it, correct?
It does. And it was used by Sean's mother, Amelie.
To record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight.
Whoa! You're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team.
No, okay, it's just that we're significantly smarter than Lang and already figured all of this out.
You two will peel away the layers of truth like an onion. I'm sure of it.
You do realize that there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? Could you try and say something a little less unfortunate sounding?
You two will peel away the layers of truth just like the skin of a wolf.
Kay is on board with what we've been saying this whole stream. Kay is on board with it all.
You two will peel away the layers of truth like the skin of a wolf. I'm sure of it.
He said less unfortunate sounding. Shall I continue?
Hold it!
Could we go over the details once again? So, Mr. Aldown saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage.
And he was standing next to the snowman.
Cave great. Murderer crept up behind him and grabbed the brick and ow! Oh wait, that's not him howling this time. Listen, normally when there's an A word in caps, it's Lang howling. The murderer crept up behind him, grabbed the brick, and ow! Or oh, ah. I don't know how that word would be pronounced. You don't normally see A-O and nothing ow else. Kay said it's okay to skin Agent Lang, and you know what? I completely agree with her.
Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events.
Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out my ears. I know we have to go over all this again, but can we do it less dramatically?
Really? Fine. I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking.
Hold it!
If Mr. Aldown hadn't been there, that's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain?
There's not a whole lot to explain. Saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled.
But could it?
He makes it sound as if it was Mr. Aldown's fault for being murdered.
That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Aldown was the only person who died at the orphanage that night.
Yeah, no, Courtney's like,
you know, maybe we can have a little murder for fun, a little skinning for fun.
And just turns around, covers her eyes.
Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right?
She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over the evidence again.
Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor? Then let's continue, shall we?
Right, because the blood was...
Left on the scene of the murder 12 years ago, the blood wasn't Aldown, so someone else had at least been stabbed.
Hold it!
This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all the details again?
Sure. Probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did Aldown see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building.
But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion that they might be connected with the orphanage.
Yep, nope, you gotta have the judge turn around so she can have deniability. Yep. So they replaced the film in Aldown's camera. Staged a photo of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building.
Indeed. And they moved Mr. Aldown's body to a location consistent with that picture, with what that picture showed.
Alright, this is probably me nitpicking things here. I'm fully willing to accept that. Or it's the awkward shading. But the president's hair looks significantly more brown in this picture than it does normally. Like, I know people with very bright hair, and well, like, of course, when you put them in a dark space, their hair gets darker. But it doesn't, like, change that much. But I've just been thinking about it since we first saw that picture, and I wanted to say something, but I think it is probably just, like, artistic mistake or whatever. I'm not gonna harp on it too hard. The secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light.
And we're sure that's really what happened that night.
I love their matching sprites. I think I've mentioned it before, but I love their matching sprites.
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I get the sense that we're still not seeing everything. That there's something else at play behind it all.
There is? But what?
There's a piece of evidence that we discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further.
Yeah, so it's, a murder, just kidnapping, but the blood wasn't Aldown, so someone else got, at least stabbed.
Objection!
You're saying that there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case?
Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody.
And yet it remains possible that Mr. Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else?
Knuckle back!
Excuse me. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you?
I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two.
You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night?
Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase.
This clearly shows something else happened that night. It's this fuck-ass picture.
Take that!
No, Amelie died 5 years ago. All of this happened 12 years ago.
Hank the Best tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang.
My father?
Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman DeBest wish to erase him from the records? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture.
The picture my father kept?
I think we can all agree that I think we can all agree that the president Jesus Christ. I think we can all agree that that's the president on the right hand. I think we can all agree that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Tyrannosaurus toy in his hand. But who is that standing across from him?
It's the fuck-ass himself,
Take
Kenneth.
that!
And his fuck-ass dog.
Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be a buddingham harness.
What? The creepy assassin guy? I legitimately misread the sentence in my head at first as Kay going, what? The creepy-ass assassin guy? And you know what? I think Kay should be allowed to say ass.
And what would I can't talk. And what would a hired killer be doing And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's completely possible, considering Canis isn't in prison right now, he escaped. He just materializes behind them and is like, huh, what voice did I do for Canis? Shit. I don't remember. I was gonna do, like, joke there, but I'm actually starting to get worried I'm gonna have to voice him again, and I don't remember the voice I did for him. And what in the god? Chairman DeBest were...
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact.
This picture is terrifying. Hank looks horrifying here. There's something not right about that man's eyes. Ooh, I should do a tier list of that. We might do that. We might do that once we wrap up. That might be, maybe once we wrap up Investigations, we'll do a tier list of the cases from both games. And we'll do a tier list of who is and isn't allowed to swear. I think that would be funny.
Yes. I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, Warden Lagarde, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it.
Hank.
Mr. Aldown was murdered because of what he witnessed was actually an... Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all.
Yeah, no, Hank looks demonic as hell there. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Two presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely possible. Unless the president had a twin brother.
Or is it? I think that it's entirely possible for there to be two presidents.
Hank is such a funny name for him. It's incredible.
In fact, that would explain a lot.
But regardless of what happened, I still respect him. Zhangfa might not be a big country, but he held that place together.
The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, I... The presidential mask has well and truly slipped.
Oh, it's cloning. Obviously it's cloning. We figured it out, guys.
Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were two completely different people. But how could one country have two presidents?
If they were different people, that might also explain how, why the president didn't say anything to Sean when he was on set, because he didn't know that Sean was his kid.
But how could one country have two presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be two presidents.
They were they were twins! I'm between twins and No! Well, I guess we're asking if they're twins. This is why you don't jokingly click between options.
Could the president not have been a twin?
Yeah, that could explain it. That could maybe explain it. Sorry, but it couldn't. President Wang was an only child. That's a matter of record.
Is that so?
Give it up. There's no way they could have been two presidents. It's just not possible. Well, at least we get fun. Yeah, Edgeworth is in his head. twin body double, double, and then accidentally said twin out loud. Is it now? And I'm going to prove it to you. This is how it was possible for there to be two presidents. One was a body double. One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double. President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa. A figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years. Such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days
Not
ago.
so fast.
It's true. There were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Yatagarasu pin, letter, undergone auctions. 12-year hiatus, Tyrannosaurus for Gordy. Photo taken, combination lock. Wang and Judge Gavel. Parked in front of the big building. Sean rehearsing. Yeah, I mean, DNA tested the obvious answer here. Gloves, I-7 incident. Report on Knight. Knight's possessions. Bug. Misleads tape. Bouquet. Sedative. Only Fen. What is the proof here? Wait, I'm genuinely confused. Left on the scene of the murder 12 years ago, the blood was Aldown's. Not actually Aldown's shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet after the murder took place. One of the children set fire to the orphanage yard. President Wang's here for some reason. Stage photograph. Found clutched in Aldown's right hand. I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Do we... I'm not sure what it is. How do we feel about me looking at a walkthrough? I'm genuinely lost here. All right. All right. Eighth attorney investigations in investigations to walk through. Go away, AI mode. I don't want you here. Turnabout for the ages. Okay,
Okay, okay, the IS5, the SS5 case files? Okay. Wait. Occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. The president of Zheng Fa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight, confirmed by Dalong Lang. I genuinely have zero clue how this can hit. But okay. I don't think he noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. I didn't either. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelie Fan's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. Okay, I guess I was taking midnight a lot looser than I should have. Because, like, also, you can be somewhere at midnight and then be somewhere else at 12:15. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him. Oh! So, the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the pieces of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence. What was it again? The autopsy report. Yeah, no, it really does sound like Lang is wanting to call Edgeworth something a little different when he says the word prosecutor. The picture was the fake. The fake evidence, what was it again? The picture. The picture was taken with Mr. Aldown's camera. Was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. I don't know if it was Hank who would have hired Canis. I'm not sure. In other words, the photograph, too, must have been taken after the real president's death. So, who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. Oh. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. Yeah, no, it really does feel like Lang is itching to use the F word on the bad F word on Edgeworth. It really does seem like that. And Hank the Best and Fifi Longard helped him do that. Helped him do it.
Not so fast.
Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Objection.
No. In fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Hold on before I get hasty. Alright, now that I'm not feeling hasty.
Take that.
Chairman DeBest dug something up last night. Something that he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean? That's right. The real president's body. I think. That's right. The real president's body. I think that's highly likely. What? The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would have surely remained.
I too also like to think that like being queer is much more openly accepted in the Ace Attorney universe. So yeah, I feel like Lang saying it would be even worse in that context. So he's literally sitting over there wanting to call Edgeworth it, but like, I can't do that. It would be really bad for my reputation. I'd be like fucked forever. So he uses prosecutor instead.
Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quickly, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again.
Yeah, I guess we do. There was a body under one of them. There should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey! Give me somebody from forensics! Okay, once again, I'm saying there's way too many people here. These two can leave. Sir, presenting the findings from our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. Yeah, basically, I think that's how it would play out in the Ace Attorney universe, which means Lang really has to hold his tongue. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Hank the Bat. Dude, he just put him in his house? Okay, rule number 1 of hiding a body from me. I'm gonna teach you this. Don't put the bones in your house. Don't do that. Put them somewhere else. Like a river. Or the ocean. Or a nice big pond. Water works great because that'll put water on them. That'll wash some stuff off. Don't put them in your house, for one. Don't put them in your house. Don't put the bones in your house. That's just a stupid idea. God, Hank is stupid. Stupid, ugly man.
The physique looked to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So, as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago, and the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide.
Wow. So it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns. I'm starting to lose track.
You can also plant an endangered plant on top of it, and then they can't dig it up. See, there's a lot of options here for hiding bones. Your first option should never be to put them in your house.
Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings, just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Well, let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim is to meet his infant son. The footprints were originally assumed to be those of Mr. Al Dow. Seemed likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodihum Canis.
That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time. Only two.
Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Aldown's murder. Yes, it seems that he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment where our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. So, this would be Fifi and Hank, right? Because, Kenneth probably can't really carry people all that effectively due to, you know, needing one hand on his dog to make sure he's not bumping into anything. And the layout of this place is really not effective for not being able to see. So Kenneth is probably just sat on the steps as Fifi and Hank are desperately trying to carry the president around the corridor. That's hilarious to me. That was the sight that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Or, actually, more likely probably, Fifi and Hank are carrying the president around the corner. Canis is chilling outside the gate, and his dog alerts him that there's a person, and then he murders him with a brick. Which is weird, because he normally uses a knife, but whatever. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point... Oh, no! Okay, it was the body double that killed Aldown. So yeah, Canis was probably just chilling on the steps. Oh, the body double had come up to meet with his co-conspirators. Walked right up behind Mr. Aldown, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So, was it the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too? Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move without leaving any footprints.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown. Dude, they're getting a lot of... Fifi and Hank are arguing. 'Cause, like... Okay. I think Hank is probably on the stronger side. He does have, like, abs and everything. I don't think he's, like, super, super strong, and the president was a big guy. So they're, like, hardly lifting this dude up. Fifi can't see what's behind her because she's walking backwards, almost bumping into everything. Hank's getting pissed off because this is taking way longer than he thought it would be and it's cold. Fifi's annoyed because of all of this happening on her orphanage. They're just screaming at each other. Candace is sitting on the steps like, wow, I really picked shitty people to work with. I should really choose my teammates more carefully next time. And poor Aldown is like, wow, this is a really shitty kidnapping. He could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president... This reminds me... God, this case is giving me so many flashbacks to Turnabout Big Top. And the stupid-ass footprints in that one, I don't remember exactly how they're explained away. And I'm sure they'll piss me the fuck off when we replay it. But I remember there being stupid shit with the footprints in that one, too. Of course! His would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So, that's how it all went down? I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get. There is? What? Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping, like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in this photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lingard.
She's the one in the trench coat?
How can you be so sure of that? Because she's smaller than Hank, and Kenneth has a big-ass head. Also a dog. They really are! Dude, the combination of Fifi, Hank, Kenneth, and the body double are truly the worst team ever. The worst combination of people ever to work together. God, I'd pay to watch a sitcom of them being the worst team ever. The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. The ones originally thought to be the ones we originally thought belonged to the killer. Yes. They were about a size 9. Too small for Chairman de Best, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lingard. And that explains how the so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does. Which means my father must have noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kids' pictures. I'm sorry, this isn't funny, but the picture is hilarious. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appeared to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zheng Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret. That secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
Well, it's finally coming to light at last.
It is indeed intriguing.
Huh?
What? Who's there? Oh. Hello. That bell is legitimately terrifying. That sound. Is that a bell? I forgot how silly his design is. I like that he didn't change out of his prison clothes in the past while he's been out after he escaped. He's just like, I'm chill just walking like this. Booty Humkanis. Oh, and he's still got his puppy. Oh, at least he's still got his doggy. What the heck are you doing here? We're the law. Think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. Candace realistically, Candace just gets jumped here. Dude's blind. He's not seeing anybody sneaking up behind him, and his dog's distracted. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did. But it's not something that I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup.
a young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat.
Why is everyone... Dude, we're looking for the red raincoat guy. Shelly's looking for the red raincoat guy. Canis is looking for the red raincoat guy. Dude, I think it's so funny if everyone in this scene is literally just flipping Canis off. No one verbalizes it. No one brings it up. They all just collectively do it because they know he can't see it.
What?
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
A red raincoat.
And the award for the most useless flashback in this case goes to... that flashback right there.
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmut? Yes, he does.
I like that. No, let's be honest here. The way Canis talks to his dog is...
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmut?
Yes, he does. Because that's the exact way I talk to my dog. I go, yes, who's a good puppy? Are you the goodest girl in the whole wide world? Nobody talks to their dog like a normal person. Everybody always does a cutesy voice. Yeah, no, everyone in Ace Attorney, if there's one thing they're committed to, it is in fact the bit. So they all will flip Canis off.
The young pup I mentioned. He saved my life, 12 long years ago.
Alright. Before we cross-examine fucking whatever this is called, before we figure out who the person in the red raincoat is, I am going to go refill my water. And then I'll be back and we'll continue. All right, I'm back and I've got more water. My unexpected savior.
As you've surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that means that I too...
Whew. I shouldn't have ran up the stairs.
But that means that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president. The best on guard. All three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So, it was the president's body double who hired you? I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like it was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Is to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Hee. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't mean it is a president, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do! I'm the leader now, me! Seems like the knight and his king. Seems like the king and his knight were much the same. That is insane that they were like that 1-to-1. Like, being the same height, sure. Having the same hair color, okay. But like the exact same physique? The exact same voice? That's ridiculous. It seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness. A young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman DeBest. Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. What in the god? Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy will help you? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see DeBest and the guard carrying away a dead body. I can't believe how accurate my stupid joke is becoming. My stupid joke is becoming so accurate, and it's hilarious. How did I predict that Lingard was the one walking backwards in this situation? That's hilarious. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. Dude, and even my joke about Kana sitting nearby was true. Dude was sitting in the house waiting for everyone to wrap up. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. And those two idiots yelled at each other like we weren't disposing of a body. It was really fucking stupid. I should have picked better partners. In any case, he escorted me from the premise, and being a very considerate boy, sought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. Seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion.
Why? Where did he get the kerosene? Why does he just have that laying around?
So he spread it liberally about the place, set himself a little fire.
No way. So that's what the fire was for.
It must have been ever so beautiful. The best in Lingard were positively enchanted.
I love the idea of Canis being the only one not caught up on the Hank bit. But the second he learns he's committed. Because that's just what you do in the Ace Attorney universe. If someone's doing a bit, you gotta commit.
And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out a side entrance.
You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind this all?
I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do.
Alright. My unexpected savior. As you surmised, it was I who killed President Wang, but that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, the imported president, Deveth Lingard, all three were keen on guaranteeing my silence. If I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. But what do you mean about that?
Hold it!
I don't think I've ever seen the Ace Attorney musical. Which shocks me, considering how much other Ace Attorney content I've consumed. I've watched the anime. At least most of it, I think. I don't exactly remember. I know I watched all of Season 1. I cannot remember if I've watched all of Season 2. I might have to remedy that.
Again, so the two of you had met before.
Oh, wow.
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. That long ago. But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life.
Why would you save someone's life? You're an assassin. I guess killers have standards. Professionals have standards and all. Also, I did not expect pressing this to be the correct thing. I was just, this is the only one that I have questions about.
It was snowing, more than it had in years. And cold enough that day that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk.
Man, this dude is insane going out for a walk in that cold.
He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. Took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one.
Holy shit! Wait, this is, Gusto and Frost's kids, right?
And inside, I found two young boys shivering and semi-conscious.
Also, why is this kid tied up?
The two. Yes. And had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage.
You were right, they would be important.
Is it just me, or is there something significant about what he told us?
I mean, obviously there is.
What is it about Canis's story?
What is it about Kenneth's statement that's especially noteworthy? The date, the number of people, the make of the car. The number of people. You are certain that there were 2 children in that car? No, wait, I might have been wrong. It was a long time ago, but I remember it as clearly as if it were yesterday. There were 2 of them, no doubt about it. Why do you ask, Mr. Prosecutor? Is there some significance in the number? He's right. Perhaps there isn't anything particularly important about that just now. Well, will that be all on the matter? What is it about Kenneth's statement that is especially noteworthy? I guess the date? I can't... Oh, wait, Christmas Eve! Oh, that was the day of Frost's murder! Sorry, that took me a second to put back together. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes. We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date on which Mr. Canis found the children? Oh, the IS-7 incident, right? Date was, yep. Just wanted to make sure I had the right case file. That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The sons of the victim are defrost, and the son of the victim are defrost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would? One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No. When we met each other again, on that night, 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seemed that they really were on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. Wow, this is just memory lost after memory lost after memory lost in this game, huh? Also, can cold do that? Like, can almost freezing to death do that? I've never heard of someone losing their memories because they almost froze to death. You experience no head trauma in that. Like, it's not like the airflow to their brain was cut off. I don't think that's how memory loss works. I think that kid was lying. They weren't even able to remember their names.
Wow. So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids?
If what he's telling us is true, that would seem most likely, yes. Honestly, what I feel, I mean, trauma suppression, sure. Yeah, but honestly, what I feel like is probably most likely if the kids remembered it all, decided they did not want to deal with that and lied. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. Why is he telling us this? Why is Canis telling us this? Also, I don't know if I pointed it out in my initial playthrough of Case 2, but I love that Canis's like prison tag looks like it says boss because it's B055, but the way the 5 is written, it almost looks like boss. That's a great character design detail. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. Then,
people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
Wait, so this entire time Candace has been able to just leave? He just hadn't chose to? That's hilarious. Also, what the fuck is going on with that prison? No, the boss thing is hilarious. I think Ace Attorney is honestly at its best when it allows itself to be a little silly. Like, I know I was harping on the I don't think freezing to death can cause memory loss. But like it doesn't actually matter all that much. I'm being silly here mostly. I think Ace Attorney is at its best when it does silly stuff with like murders and like amnesia and all that stuff. I think it's silly, and I think Ace Attorney is at its best when it's being a little silly.
The people from 12 years ago. You mean the god, the best, and the president, I assume.
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate the whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wang. But they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lingard and Chairman DeBest too. Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyways, that's all. Goodbye.
Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please, don't worry about your son. I only kill those I'm employed to kill. Which in this case means you. No.
Wait! This is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, just give me a few minutes longer.
I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I. The world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to worst. And the son in question... It was the young gentleman with the horns here. Correct?
Horns? You can see them?
He can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see.
Okay. I thought he noticed us flipping him off. That would have been really bad.
And for longer than you may realize. So, the president meant to tell the world about Sean, and prepared something in case of the worst?
No, I want Amelie and the president to be happy in the afterlife. The real president sounds like he was a good guy. I truly want them to be happy. I want them to be happy together in the afterlife, and I want Rosie and Mr. Aldown to be happy in the afterlife. I think they deserve to be happy in the afterlife. Yeah, no, everyone panicked for a quick second that that Candace might have noticed them flipping him off before they return to flipping him off again once they're sure that he can't see them.
So, the president meant to tell the world about Sean, and prepared something in case of the worst.
The will.
But it's not enough to simply have Candace's word on the matter.
Of course. Oh, I forgot you were here, Lang. We have something that proves what he's telling us. I'm the stupid butt baby and I can't talk. I'm a stupid werewolf and I can't do words. We have something that proves what he's telling us, the president said, is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us after all. The name in the recording, the preparation he had made, his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lingard to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. President Wang was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece had broken off, by the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike hit its mark. So that's why the Tyrannosaurus toy is missing its horn. So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Tyrannosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup. The pup and I. Alright, the pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him, I couldn't help but worry, and then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. Okay, I think I'm just gonna press everything here.
Hold it!
So, you were able to continue communicating with him from prison? I was. Via post office box.
What's that?
I'm sorry, Kay, what? Sweetheart, what? How? You don't know what the mail is? What? It's the means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. Oh, now I feel stupid. Whenever I've heard post office box, it's always just been like in reference to the, how you can have your mailbox at the post office if you don't have a physical mailbox. I've never heard it refer to exchanging mail without revealing your address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lingard, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life. Oh. Wait! Was Knight Frost or Gusto's son? Because we know Canis was playing correspondence chess with Knight. I suppose he could have been playing correspondence chess with more than one person. But are they setting it up for Knight to have been? Huh.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr.
Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
Wow, he does. Hold on. He does kind of look like the bald kid, doesn't he? Huh. I don't think we have the picture of them, no. But he does kind of look like the bald kid. We found the diagram of the game in his cell too. So, does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 business? Again, did I get it right on the pressing on the first try? I just wanted to press Press all of them. Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the I-7 incident? The report on Knight.
Take that!
Mr. Fender, could you take a look at this, please? Sure can, good buddy. But why? You're not trying to tell me this ties Knight to the IS-7 thing, are you? Because I gotta say, my Roni, I don't see it all. It's literally a report on him, but okay, whatever. Fine. I'll need to think this over one more time. You had some of the Bronxter things, right? Why not take another look, see? Maybe something IS-7 related will jump out at you. A Knight thinks. I suppose it could be worth another look. To go through all of that again?
Hold it!
Postbox, what's that? Never knew where he was, by Wardenland Guard, what were you communicate test, correspondence test. Oh my god, and I was talking to the killer with correspondence test. Oh my god! Okay. Listen, I thought the report on Knight seemed a little more likely than his possessions, but whatever. I'm stupid, okay? This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be clues in here somewhere? The ring, I just said, which one should we look at more closely? The ring had a snowflake engraving on it! I want to look at the ring. The ring. That's Paul Haquin's ring!
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it, if you would. That design. That's Paul Haquin's trademark. Indeed. It looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign off his work into a ring. But why would Mr. Knight have been carrying it? And why was he not with the why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the I-7 incident? They try to release Mr. Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. The kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death.
So, we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son.
The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
And they were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight? But that bitch is dead! You're an idiot, Lang! You're an idiot! No, obviously it's not Bronco Knight, Lang! Lang, Knight is dead, you dumbass!
Objection!
Knight is dead! How could he possibly be involved in our current case? I literally saw his body. I literally touched it. I literally touched his body. Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket.
That's impossible! How can a dead guy be behind all of this?
It's a little perplexing. But then who else could it be? This is a new part of his testimony, and one that has... It literally just appeared. Also, okay. Call me insane on this one. Go ahead. Also, again, anything I say, I do not want confirmation or denial. I'm literally just going based off of A, the characters we have, and B, what I know about them. So Knight and Simon were friends, right? Like, they were, like, best friends, right? Is Simon, like, following a, like, plan or something Knight had made in, like, attempt to, like, honor Knight's, like, legacy or life or whatever? Because, like, beyond the fact that that feels like it could be it, that, like, Simon is trying to, like, Simon and Knight were friends, so it's possible that they could be trying, like, Simon could be trying to do this for Knight. Also, he's the only one on here I can see actually being it, considering, it's obviously not Sean and Verity. Obviously not Kay. The president's dead. Everyone else on this page is from previous games. So obviously not these three, or Regina, or Will, or Tabby. It would not be Lingard because she's in prison. These two are dead. It's not the killer. He's dead, and it's not the best. So it's really only, our only option here is Simon. And Grail. That's how you wrote all of them. That's right. I have tools to do so in my cell.
Huh? So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense.
And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, this and that. General chit-chat and chess moves, of course. He wrote the chess moves in Braille, too. That's interesting.
Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move? The dog.
Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letter stopped.
I guess it could...
Maybe a little bit. I don't think it feels disconnected enough for me to complain about it or anything. Because, like, it does tie back to Hank and Fifi because they were the ones who killed the president. So it makes sense that it would then also tie into Canis because Canis is the one who killed the president. And also we're trying to figure out who drugged Kay. So, like, it's a little disconnected, but I don't think it's enough so that I'm, like, upset about it. And I'm still having a good time, which I think is all that matters when I'm playing an Ace Attorney game, is if I'm having fun. I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, nope. I still don't get it. Who does he mean by... Who this pup... Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about?
Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. Okay. I'm gonna do this one again, but I'm gonna look at the chess box instead. Yeah, no, I can understand that it does feel a little odd and disconnected, but I don't think it feels too much odd and... Oh, wait, can I not? Wait, Oh. Oh. Oh, I can't go back and ask about the chess box. Okay. And that contact took form in notes written besides diagrams of your chess games, correct? I see you've done your homework.
Oh, yeah, he was playing Mr. Knight, right?
This ring belonged to Knight, Mr. Fender. Take a closer look. I didn't mention it, but it is a little odd. It is a little odd, Canis calling, I guess, Knight is our assumption here, pup. It is odd regardless of what character it's coming from, but I don't know why. It doesn't make me as comfortable as it does with Lang, and I'm not sure why that is. Maybe it's because Sean is actually, like, 5. No, I know Sean's 13, but, like, maybe it's because Sean is an actual kid and Knight was in his 20s at this point that it feels a little less odd. It is still odd and a little uncomfortable, but for some reason Lang's makes me more uncomfortable. I'm not sure why. This ring belonged tonight to Mr. Fender. Take a closer look. Yeah, that's the kitty for sure. This is evidence from the IS-7 incident. The cops finally tracked down Frost's kid and gave it back to him. But if Knight was Frost's son, does that also make him Candace's young pup? Our evil mastermind, in other words?
No, he can't be. He's dead. There's no way he could be at the center of all this.
It is still funny, yes. You are right.
Our mastermind is still waiting in the wings, somewhere biding his time, watching.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Canis. Guess we got a little carried away there.
Not at all, my dear. We found your little chat most enlightening, didn't we, Helmut? Yes. But back to the young pup, who played correspondence chess for quite some time.
Hold it!
He stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmut did too, of course.
I love Kenneth building a whole personality around Helmut, because I do the exact same thing with my pets too. My family literally has, like, picked out voices for our cat and dog. They literally have full personalities that we've created for them, and I love Candace doing the exact same thing for Helmut.
That big scary mutt really said that? Like, what, like, woof, woof? That's sparking mad!
He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear.
He doesn't? Okay, well, then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense kind of scary glare. He's not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be? Mr. Edgeworth, help!
Kay really isn't fond of Kenneth's pet, it seems. Yes, there's a good boy. Now where was I? Of course, I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup.
Hold it!
It does seem all a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of a man who was pretending to be President Huang all these years. Warden the God murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. And Hank DeBest, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. And the more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents.
Yeah, no, Miles just steps in front of Kay, like, okay, I'll fight the dog if I have to, I guess.
Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on.
So you just left?
You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom. Could you be any more brazen?
Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like, I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Fear not. Nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
I think I'd like Miles' chance against any other dog. Not Helmut, though. That dog kills people. Leave it at... No way, pal! You escaped! I ought to arrest you right now!
There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell.
I love Canis. I really do love Canis. He's so ridiculous. He's like,
I'm a trained assassin, but I wanted to take a walk and then I'll go back. I just wanted to stretch my legs.
Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be someplace you can just stroll in and out of whenever you please.
Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently?
You...
Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now?
Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that. Fine. But I'm not taking my eyes off Dogman. Not even for a second here. Bold words, werewolf. Bold words, werewolf. Okay. So we've pressed everything. So we need to present something. The pup and I remained in contact. I was sent to prison, but then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. Rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom. Um... Sent to Bracco Knight by Body Home Canis, printed rather than handwritten. I don't know what to do here. I legitimately do not know what to... Okay, nope, I still don't get it. Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about? Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity, so we should focus on what we do know. There's a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. Okay, do I present correspondent chess on...
Objection!
Mr. Canis, what do you make of this? Of what, Mr. Edgeworth? You do remember that I can't see. But may I suggest that you simply put it away, whatever it might be? Is he trying to tell me I picked the wrong thing? Of course, the question is, why did he get it out in the first place? Helmet? Seems a little strange, doesn't it, boy? Yes, it does. Are you sure this guy's really blind, Mr. Prosecutor? Well, I put it away already, so does it really matter? I have to think about this more carefully. But then I stopped hearing about him. Okay, I'm gonna try the correspondence chest on this one. And then if I fail, are we cool with me checking a walkthrough?
Objection!
Come, Mr. Canis. Even you must see the contradiction in what you just said. There's really no need to raise your voice, Mr. Edgeworth. I can hear you quite clearly. Although I do rather wish that I couldn't. Why embarrass yourself like this? Hi, kitty cat. Sounds like I was way off. You can't let the old guy beat you, sir! He's not just any old man, detective. But I'll wear him down in the end, you'll see. Alright, we're checking a walkthrough. Okay, ring. Okay. Alright. I have to present the chess diagram on this one. Not entirely sure how it's important, but okay.
Objection!
You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so? How so, exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis's letters out on purpose?
Meaning that there may have been some sort of intermediacy between the two?
So then,
Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contained no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis's letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? I guess that makes sense if Knight can't read Braille. He'd need someone to either transcribe them to him or type them out for him if that person can't be like directly next to him while he's reading it. That could make sense. Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. Huh. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answer you received. They were written in Braille too. Yes. Some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's massives. And that same person might as well be our secret strength. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, the son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son? But who is he? And where is he? Yeah, no, everyone the whole time is sitting there flipping Canis off, and every time he, like, makes a joke or a slide that he actually can see what they're doing, they're like, should we put our fingers down? If Knight was Frost's son, if Knight was Frost's son, Gusta's son would have had to be... I've known him since we were kids, and both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But surely not.
oh, what's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're as white as a sheet.
Of course. It'll make sense. Also, I did just go ahead and do Simon's voice for that line. Because, like, I'm 99% sure we're leading up to reveal it to be Simon. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us!
I can hardly believe it, but... it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is... I mean, obviously, it's Hank the Best! No, it's Simon. Yeah, they're both 24, so they would have been the same age and in the same school. It literally has to be Simon.
Take that!
It has to be. The person behind all of this. The person who forced Chairman the Best's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ranger. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. But why? Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Yeah, no, Kenneth understands that there's a bit happening. He can feel it around him. But he's like, what is the bit? What am I missing here? No one's explained it to me. People are normally so good about letting me know what bit we're doing. But I can't tell what bit this is. Helmut, what bit are we doing? And Helmut sitting there also flipping him off. The dog grew an extra finger to flip Canis off. Not because he dislikes Canis, but because it's a bit and he's gotta commit to it. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing an show soon. I'd love if you Come, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hi, Max Galactica. I forgot you were on this poster.
I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right! The Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous... That's right! The Berry Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town! You'll have oodles of fun!
Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Who? Little me? What kind of favor?
You told us you recorded the sound of Pterosaurus breathing fire. Proof. What kind of proof did you capture? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Ooh, you got it, Ruffles! Sharper than a gosh darn tack! I captured the sound of that old big beastie breathing fire, is what I captured.
No one's questioning the dog suddenly having a middle finger.
Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all of this, is falling into place.
I am still super curious who it is Lotta saw, because Lotta said she saw a big monster. We don't have proof of it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. 1 minute. Is everything fine? Okay. My stream died for a second there. It was just a second. It was literally just 5 seconds. I don't think it's necessary, like, I don't think it's super rude to not explain the bit, but it's definitely, like, you should explain the bit.
That's it. That sound, it must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind it all, is falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yup. Snap me a picture of it, too, even if you can't rightly see it so well.
We can't see it right now, but...
Alright. All better. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, no, that is in and of itself a bit, technically. The Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image analyzer. Can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha. I'm on it.
The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it.
Eureka!
There's nothing of interest here.
No. How do I zoom in on the... Oh, it's this button right here. Sorry.
Eureka!
I forgot how to zoom in on the picture. That!
See? I done told ya! Pterosaurus in it! See? I done told ya! Pterosaurus his own dang self!
Yes. It is... Yes. There it is at last.
People have tried to use the bit as an excuse for murder, but they have to make a law that you can't use your bit as an excuse for murder. The monster commanded... The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
Monster! You finally ready to admit it that he's dang well real? The big bad bull himself?
Objection!
No, because this isn't Pterosaurus at all. It's the other different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would.
It is the hot air balloon.
The very big circus flyer?
Oh, wait, look! I hate Max Galactica's outfit. Have I ever said that before? Have I ever said that I hate his outfit? You see it. The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire. Yeah, no, it would be like explaining cannibalism away as I was hungry. Except there are cases where you can like legitimately cannibalism can be excused because it is a life or death situation. So I guess that's how the bit would work too.
Come on! You're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that?
That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air. They do. And our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. Oh, that makes so much sense.
So, this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus?
Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. Simon, how could you? But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right. Simon Saint is the one behind this all.
Simon? But everything? Really?
Everyone was so determined to commit to the bit that they literally had to make laws surrounding it.
I don't believe you! We trusted him, and he trusted us! You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Whoa, hey! Hey, Canis! Hey, heal! Heal, you dude! Hey, heal, assassin, heal! Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. You know why I think... Okay, you know what I've realized about the pup thing and why I think Canis's makes me less uncomfortable than Lang's? Is because I think Canis is doing it intentionally to be creepy. Canis is doing it intentionally because he's trying to be creepy. Which, like... It's respecting the bit. It's like, I respect the bit here. Type, like, that's literally the only way I can think to describe it right now. Because, like, yes, it's creepy, but he seems to know it's creepy, and that seems to be his intention. Yet, my uncomfortableness with Lang calling Lang calling Sean pup. It seems like he wasn't doing it knowing it was creepy. He was doing it because he's weirdly obsessed with Wolf. So it's, like, uncomfortable in that direction. Whereas Canis understands it's creepy. So it's still uncomfortable, but somehow it's less so than Lang doing it. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No, Mr. Canis, wait. I'm sorry, how about moving across the screen was hilarious. Damn it, he disappeared. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine. But... Damn you. Are you alright, Sean?
He killed my dad. He did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll...
Overruled.
Kay being worried about Edgeworth is adorable. But yeah, no, like, I think the laying, like, uncomfortableness from the wolf thing also comes from the fact that, like, it's clearly in reference to the, like, alpha wolf, which is not proven, which makes that so much more uncomfortable than if it was an actual thing, which it would still be uncomfortable. But because it's not an actual thing, it's even more uncomfortable. Right? Like, am I making sense here? No, Sean, you mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. No, I'm also going to murder a bitch. Just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Okay, I'm glad I'm making sense here. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. No! They can't take me back to the very big circus! It's not time yet! I still have another game to play before I get there! They can't take me back to the fucking clowns! No! But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Light. There is? What? Once the beasts have been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir. I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I've never suspected a thing, even though he'd been right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things right once and for all. Ooh, how much longer is on this case? Hold on, I'm going to look. I have a non-spoiler walkthrough pulled up. I'm going to look and see how long it appears is left on this. Okay. So this is just what we did. So episode 5, part 3. Ooh. Oh, there's a decent chunk left. Okay. Okay, there's a decent chunk left of the game. I'm going to start because I do still have a little bit more time before I have to end. So we're going to start now and see how far we can make it today. And then we will come back and do a short stream tomorrow to wrap it up. And then we'll start, I guess, Ace Attorney 1 on Monday. We'll start the week with a new game. I think is probably the best way to go about this. But yeah, no. So we are going to continue for just a little bit longer. And then watch me finish the game today. All right, April 6th, 5:30 p.m. Very Big Circus. The Big Top. Oh, good. Why are Lotta and Tabby still here? Go home, you two! Simon, you okay over there, buddy? Simon, it seems like you know why we're here. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Barry. Mr. Saint. Oh, his clown makeup is adorable. I can't believe he's evil. You're still a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remember you giving me this. That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. Do you think internally Saint's like, fuck? Simon's like, oh shit, they figured it out, didn't they?
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Barry? Yeah, I'm about to get jump scared by Simon. Oh, I'm excited. I do like this twist. That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who is usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simon. But wait, you don't mean...
Hey, Simon! Hey, buddy! Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours.
At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. Yeah, no, Simon just turns around and books it.
But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying?
That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make it happen would have been you. Dude, Ace Attorney Scooby-Doo Chase, please.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand.
That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things?
It's a little stupid, but I don't think I hate it.
Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that.
I like that I can tell that they have extra sprites planned for him in this outfit because he doesn't have a single other sprite. Because normally at this, like, when he talks like this, he has the sprite where he covers his eyes. But obviously they're saving sprite slots for him to have other things, so he's not moving. Oh yeah, no, Courtney and Miles are beating the shit out of Simon after this. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. Miles and Courtney are fighting over who gets to throw the first punch. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you. And we'll get you out of here.
This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. Oh, we didn't lie. I swear, Simon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you.
Dude, this is A+ gaslighting from, or not gaslighting, sorry. A+ emotional manipulation from Simon here. You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. A+ emotional manipulation.
That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much.
Again, A+ emotional manipulation.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simon we're talking about. He's not a bad
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine.
Jesus Christ, Simon! Holy shit! He's got the monkey on his side! I knew money was corrupt! Oh my god! This is the best character design in this attorney! This is incredible! Oh my god! It's like my microphone's picking it up, but I'm clapping. This is great. The monkey jumping off his head and looping his nose. This is incredible. Also, the music here is amazing.
Well done, all of you.
Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
You know, considering we learned Knight kind of sucked, not shocking that Simon also kind of sucks.
Simon, this can't be true, can it?
Truth, lies, what does it matter?
Huh?
This is insane! I love it!
All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed.
His sprites are incredible.
And now he's gonna pay.
I was just out practicing. I was just out practicing, he says, after whipping out this outfit. This is incredible. Simon might be... God, Simon's definitely up there with my favorite Ace Attorney villains now.
Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all.
I like that he has all the animals on his side.
So, you go up in the balloon reasonably often?
Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said.
Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it is true that it's Simon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime.
Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building. That's all.
I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much.
This is insane. I love it so much. Okay. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago. I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. Okay, I'm gonna press all of them.
Hold it!
I'm also gonna take a drink of water quick. this balloon. Do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few 100 pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. Use a truck, okay? Just load it on the back and away you go. You know? I think we know what truck he used. A truck, you say? Yeah. Last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I'd better keep it in mind. Hey, Simon.
Objection!
Hey, Simon. No, Simon might legitimately have some of the best sprites in Ace Attorney. The squirrel juggling is hilarious. Him leading on the stack of animals is incredible. I'm excited to see his breakdown sprite. This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. Huh? So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. The cat's face here is insane. I love it. Emma! Agent Lang, Emma.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth. At last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Lang, I don't like you. I still don't like you. You're still on fire. But I'm really happy you found that. Oh, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today, in fact. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
Oh! Oh! He gets an injection voice line? Fuck yeah! Oh, they pulled out the stops for this game. Wait, what? Just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure that it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection!
Uh-huh. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims without evidence.
Wow!
Oh, wait. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims without evidence.
Wow, you sound just like him!
Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
Uh-huh. What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth?
We put our hand on the truck.
Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
That engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way, you can tell that you can tell from just that?
What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Fingerprint dusting. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Simon is apparently a vocal chameleon, and I love that for him. Dude, I'm loving him as a villain. This is incredible. I liked him as just a silly guy, but I'm loving him as an evil guy. Because I expect to find a very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it is the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck anymore? Anyway, the truck we saw. It would be mine.
Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there?
I do. Because I put my hands on your truck when I saw it from the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time?
That's why I'm here? One moment, please. All ready. Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Me?
Of course. Who else did you think I was who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself.
So, just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints. Like this.
Moving the cursor around and pressing space will allow me to dust the area with powder. It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure you dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Blow it away.
Yeah, with your mouse. Ha! Like that.
Blowing with tea should remove the excess powder. Oh, I understand. Okay, I understand why they did it, but for unaware people in Rise to the Ashes on the 3DS, because I have Rise to the Ashes on the 3DS. The way you blow away the fingerprint powder is you you make noise into the microphone, and I was really kind of hoping they would transfer it over to Bastion and Truthy's cousin, one of the two.
Alright, you got all that?
Yes, thank you. Let's try it for real.
Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
Alright. And now's the point where we eat the white powder. You gotta have plenty down so you can get a good whiff. All right. Well, that's a big ass fingerprint.
That's it. That's a nice and clean print you got there.
Can we compare it to my prints right away?
Yep, leave it to me.
That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. I love his shock sprite. So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know.
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago. And your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence. Nothing more.
You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? No, I'm trying to think of a character who I like their sprites more. Sebastian has really good sprites. I like a lot of Verity's as well. Shelly the Killer sprites are always funny. I'm trying to think of any other characters with like really notable, entertaining sprites. I think Simon might have the best. Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection!
A certain very important piece of evidence! It's the tranquilizer, bitch! That's what. Oh! This sprite is incredible! Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's adoption? Wow, we have so much evidence.
Take that!
The sedative. Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative.
and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. They were the very same brand, no less.
Objection.
I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that that doesn't prove anything for sure. We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles. You're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up. Just as long as somebody goes to jail. Oh, I haven't played the Final Fantasy games, so I can't quite picture that, but I'll take your word on it. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection.
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection.
Ooh, Simon's going straight for the trauma. And it's Simon with the trauma! Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? Ugh, it's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay. You about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Yeah, no, I love him pushing every button. Legitimately, I love him able to so correctly push everyone's buttons. Comparing Edgeworth, and it's because he's seen it. Eddie compared the case where Eddie compared Edgeworth to Von Karma the most, and I think the only time, was case 2, where Simon was there. Simon knows to press that button because he saw Eddie do it. And he saw that it made Edgeworth uncomfortable and that it pissed Kay off. This is incredible. Yeah, no, the JoJo meme where it's like everyone punching the one character, and then you have the one person sitting back drinking tea. They put it down and they go punch him as well. That's everyone with Simon right now. Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
Objection.
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simon, old pal? Ugh, what are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Let's start spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic.
You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. If I can do Simon's voice, here goes. Objection.
Why don't you take this seriously, will you? I thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you masters. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again! Okay, Eddie, you know what, Eddie? Oh, no, not Shelly. All the plushies get muddled together. Hold on, we gotta rearrange the plush pile a little bit. There we go, Eddie. You get to move a little higher up on the dress, on the plush pile, just for. You've brought me around. You've brought me around, Eddie. You win. Yeah, Eddie just comes in swinging. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnapping for now. Is there anything else that suggests he's our mastermind? Oh yeah, it's only a matter of time before Canis shows up and kicks his ass. Or I guess not. I guess Canis is probably coming to like
meet back up? Or wait, no. Cause he was friends with Knight. Oh, so he... Oh, why is he coming to find Simon, I wonder? Of course. Kenneth was looking for a secret string puller, too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Satan was the same young pup... Oh, okay, never mind, I'm wrong. Then perhaps... But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? The drawing?
Take that!
This is it. This proves beyond this shadow of doubt that you're involved in this case. Nope, okay. Huh? Well, I can't say I'm not intrigued. Alright, join the dots for me. It was pleasure. And now if you look here and then... Oh, this, like... This...
Oh no! Mr. Edwards, this is all wrong. Totally wrong.
Ugh. You didn't have to join in, Kay. There has to be something. It's here somewhere, I'm sure of it. Something that proves the link between our current case and the secret string but what evidence do I have? The bug? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Okay, just because I'm not sure and I don't like I do we're in. I wanna finish this tonight. Okay. I checked the walkthrough. I wanna see if I can finish this tonight. We need to present Knight's possessions. I'm not 100% sure how that ties in, but you know what? Okay, I guess I was... What? That's what the walkthrough said? Did the walkthrough lie to me? Oh. I read one line ahead in the walkthrough on accident. It's the chess diagram. I read one line too far in the walkthrough. Yeah, I think I'm almost done based off the length left on the walkthrough. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchange. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind...
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Oh, just look at that face. I like it. Well, Throny, back in the game for sure.
I'm Simon, the funny clown. Look at me, I'm juggling.
Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Huh? Where'd that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. A secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis. I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go through all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Gods to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection!
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? As he leaves directly like an evil puppet master.
You have seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want.
If we could find one of the letters you passed between Knight and Canis, it would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find...
Objection.
Letters? You won't. Trust me.
What?
Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. I guess I'm not the sentimental type. I get hung up on the past, right?
He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover up his tracks.
Guess you went in without the evidence you needed. Once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know.
So this doesn't prove anything either? We've fallen short yet again? What do we do now? Are we out of options?
You accuse me of betraying my friend? You don't even have any proof? You're despicable.
Who was that?
Oh, hi.
Miss Barry. What does she want?
Sorry. It's just... I was thinking about what you were saying, and... This night person, you mean Bronco, right? Simon's friend.
Yes. What of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning. For Simon.
What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. He probably posted it before. Miss Barry, we need to see the letter right away.
Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we?
So here's my next move, pawn to g6. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose, but you were never going to beat me, not at chess. Oh. Did Knight think he was playing against Simon this whole time? Oh, wow.
It's another correspondence chess letter.
The next move from the game with Mr. Canis.
Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never gonna beat me, not at chess.
It's postmarked 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route.
Well, you do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint.
Oh,
This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Mr. Knight's games. One of the letters you wrote would have transcribed into Braille. In order to...
God, I can't talk.
In order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected.
Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way now. Even now? I hate you, I hate you.
Simon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago.
Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words.
I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this. And if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco! Stop it! I have to go meet my dad, I promised! I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset! He needs me, if I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody that he's the best in the world!
No, he locked me in that car with him. The two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. Oof.
Yeah, so Knight and Simon both had the absolute worst dads ever. I'm glad this game is chock full of horrid fathers.
And that's how I lost my dad. What? You lost your dad? Yeah. Bronco killed mine. He was the son of a murderer.
Oh. Simon. Oh, buddy. Oh. Yeah, Edgeworth is here to make up for the bad dads. Simon, buddy, I have the worst news for you. Knight's dad didn't kill yours. Yours is just garbage. Horrid news, Simon. Your dad just sucks. Oh wait, I read that right.
Yeah. Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simon, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. Huh?
But no. The bald kid was Frost's kid.
What? Oh. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remember was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectionaire. Really? Never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad hurts my stomach.
Ooh. Horrid news, Simon.
Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sin on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I know is that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. That's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Hequi. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right. It's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does that engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal of which Paul Hequi used to make his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son a long time ago, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. What? But that would mean I was... Precisely. That you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto. No, that can't be. My dad was... I remember, don't I? Oh. Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It's his fault that I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show's just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. Ooh. Ooh, hoo, hoo. God, Knight really did just trust Simon completely, didn't he? You had it detained me 18 years ago. I wouldn't have had to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco. And farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? And what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why. I tried to be like Canis. That's why I stayed in touch with him for all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Oh, wow, that is a lot. Oh. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondent's chess partner. And you were the one manipulating the events this whole time. You're right. It was me. It was me all along. At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means that he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too. That's why. And guard kept questioning me, day in and out. Yeah, that was basically a confession. Also, hold on, give me 5 seconds to do something real quick. I have to do something really quickly. Sorry, it'll just take 5 seconds. Okay. I couldn't got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. The best would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life, I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of the prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. And they weren't even the worst of it.
Body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There's only one person I could turn to. Canis. The man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim.
Strange to think our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim, stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey.
But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would go so far to co-opt our country's police.
No, I sure didn't. And as long as the best was around, no evidence was ever gonna stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning when Gardamus got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was gonna all go down.
Simon is insane, and I love him for it.
So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman the Best would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict, regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of the law.
Objection.
Maybe I did. But how else was I gonna make them pay for what happened 12 years ago?
Whatever helps you sleep at night. But the Best pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hopes of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you frequently claimed to hate.
Objection.
That's only if I actually kidnapped anyone at all. I'd never do anything so wicked. Never, ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful.
Yeah, no, just hire Canis. Oh, wait, but Canis is in prison.
They hadn't done what they did. My revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So, you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge.
Sure, I admit it. So what? I despise every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, he is right about that one.
The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. Quick note to Rosie Ringer to tell her about the Best, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other, and one of them succeeded, that was all on them.
Yeah, that is true. Canis can... Yeah, no, you are right. Canis can just apparently walk out of the prison. If the kid he's apparently so fond of is like, hey, I need you to kill somebody for me, I'm sure he would literally just walk out of the prison for it.
So, you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders?
Right. Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. Ugh. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too.
Oh. So Rourke's murder was...
Objection.
No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moves things right in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing?
You can't talk like that about a murder.
Setting Lingard up was easy too.
Francisco whipped his ass.
That just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set.
So it was you who put it there?
Yeah, yes it was. I thought it might point everybody nicely in Candace's direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that it would be all it took to make an awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got where she just saw. I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. Then things get ugly quick.
Yeah, this is some sort of crime.
I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course.
Who? Me?
You solved both cases and finally brought down to Best and Lingard. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection!
I didn't solve those cases for your sake.
Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing being an attorney for a little while, right?
What did you say?
All I had to do was cower and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are.
Getting arrested part of your plan too.
No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to the end of all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. Because he actually is an attorney, because the prosecutor is also an attorney.
Oh yeah, no, Eddie and Gumshoes are both holding Miles back. Oh, wait,
He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most.
okay. Uh-huh, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear
departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing.
Come on, Gaymeister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple. Painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people, the poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand.
You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet...
Okay, here we go. You can't prove I indicted anything.
Think about it. I never actually did anything. Unless my crime exactly explain it to me.
Yeah, no, you missed so much. Simon is evil, and he's hilarious. He's better evil than he was good, I'm fairly certain. He's an incredible villain.
You think you can pin an indictment charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true! You kidnapped me! Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything.
The lack of mentioning of any actual crimes would make it really tough.
I just passed on what you might call pertinent information.
He's a slippery one, I'll give him that.
There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? excitement stuff he's talking about.
Indictment, Kay. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself.
So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it.
You say that like it's gonna be easy.
Guess maybe you're not big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again.
You got a motive, but you don't have any actual proof is the problem.
I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to.
In fact, why am I still talking to you?
Yeah, because Lang is unfortunately doing something here, and he'll probably rip your face off if you try to walk away. I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run.
Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then fiddle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't.
You know, threatening to rip everybody's faces off is a good one.
I'm just spitballing. You'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show.
You will do no such thing.
It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to, but knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here, alright? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? She's not going to give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
Okay. Again, dearest apologies, I am going to check a wall. I want to finish this tonight, and I do not have time for this. Oh, wait, there's... One, two, three. There's 3 testimonies left. And I have dinner literally in like 10 minutes. I think I'm gonna wrap for here, and then tomorrow we'll finish this. And we'll figure out what to do for the rest of the stream tomorrow from there. I literally have to go like now-ish. Alright. Tomorrow we finish investigations. So yeah, I'm gonna end for right now. I know we're so close to the end, but I literally just don't have time to do three more statements with that much swear rankings. Yes, we'll do the which characters can swear rankings tomorrow after we finish the game.